write an error which is user readable, right? Um, you know, right? Yeah. So in that case, you would literally have to use conditions, all right? And you can have try catch blocks to simply catch any kind of error too, right? But you know what? We can actually look at one of those examples too, right? Um, Give me a second. Let me write down all the things that we should be covering today.
Can you record this?
Yeah. Yes. Um, Front end post delete. Right. So today's objective. So we'll see error handling, and there are two things that we need to do in error handling, which is a generic error handler, right? And then handling specific errors, right? We'll do a post request from the front end, right? We'll do a post request from the front end, and we'll do registration, right? Registration, and we'll do login too, right? Which is simply going to be a get request, right? Now I need to understand a little bit here. How did you guys do authentication in ASP and PHP? Conceptually, just give me an idea of how you were storing things in the backend and how you were managing those things on the front end, so that I could do it as closely as possible to the way that you guys did it on those platforms. Anyone? Can you just tell me conceptually how you did registration and login authentication in PHP or .NET?
We were using sessions, and in ASP.NET, it had the automatic user. It was built. It was built in. It was a
MVC, right? Was it MVC?
I think so.
So yeah, that was
Yeah,
the authentication. All right, but you guys
yeah,
were
it's,
using
it's that is user identity actually that you create the project. So direct to create all of this by default. So it benefit a lot from it's
okay.
fully coordinates.
Okay. Sessions. All right. Um, Post request. Right. Is there anything else? we'll do front-end deployment, and we'll look at course too, right?
Please, I ask for the from scratch because I don't know if we need to install the package.
I'm really sorry, but I'm not able to understand what you're saying. I think there's some issue with your mic.
Sorry, now better. No. I will write in the chat.
Course. Okay. I think he's gonna send me in chat. Could you do validation of date of test? I didn't find right way. Oh, you mean the JUI validation for the test part? So if you're talking about JUI validation for the date part, you need to use the date, right? So you need to mention that it's a date you're gonna receive a date, but it also depends what exactly you're sending from the front end, right? And you can mention different formats too. Right? Try the date object from here. I'm gonna send you the link. Okay, someone said front end to be from scratch, please, because I have issues and no recording to check. Yes, we'll do front end from scratch. We'll do a registration page and a login page, and we'll do it from scratch. Alrighty. Okay, so this is what we have. So let's do error handling, right? And then we'll do a post request from the front end, right? And we'll do a login request. And then we'll discuss course middleware and how to do front end deployment, all right? So this way we would have our entire application deployed, and we would also have our registration working. Ready. Okay, so let's start. Date. Let's generate a new application. Change directory. Date. Express. Right, I'm just gonna say backend for this application. Express backend. If I deploy that front end, I would have to deploy this backend too. That might take some time. Okay, I'll take care of that later on. They express backend -- no view. guess it's dash no view and then the name of the application that I want to generate. Yeah, there you go. Change directory backend. Right, let's look at a few files. I'm going to update all of these vars for const. Right. I'm going to leave the user router as it is because I would be doing a registration API, right? So I'm going to leave it as it is. Right, let's check her out. Let's go here. I'm going to update these for const too. Go to users. Change these to const. Right. So we need to do a post request to create user, right? We want to create a user and we want that to happen on slash heroes, right? We are going to create a post request for slash heroes, right? Router dot post. Request response object, right? And now before we do this, let's also create the database file. New file, schema.sql, right? What we want to do is we want to create database. I'm just going to copy it from here. Right. Let's create a database of users. Use users database, create table if not exist. You know what, let me change this to user underscore management. And table is what I'll change to users, right? I want ID, right? I also want email, right? Age, image URL, that's fine. Created at, all right? So these are a few fields that I'm going to maintain for the user. Then we are going to alter users table, add primary key to the ID, and add auto increment to the ID as well. Insert in users table, right? ID. Oh, we should also have name now. Right, and we'll insert
Password.
email. Yep, correct.
Password.
Password. Oh yes, come on, yeah. We're gonna do user registration. I totally forgot about password. So let's do password. Now in ideal use case, you just don't store passwords, right? But you know, to keep things simple for now, we would simply store the passwords as it is, right? But in you know production applications, you encrypt these passwords, right? Passwords back are not null. Password cannot be null. Right. So ID, email, name, age. Password cannot be null. So let's insert passwords too. email. Let's do badgirl@gmail.com. Has to be a string. Right, then we have name, age, right? And let's say the password is chocolate. All right. Same thing here. Batman@gmail.com. Batman, 40 years old. I'm gonna keep the same password here. Chocolate. You know what? I'm just gonna do values. Same thing. Right. So I'm just gonna use this on my local system. Right. I don't want to run it on Heroku, right? So I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna open up local instance. Right. Right. I'm gonna run all of these. Right. Fine. Schemas. Refresh. User management. Tables. These. Users. Right. Everything looks fine. Right. We have our values. All right. We need to add our package, MySQL and GUI and all of that stuff, right? So let's do npm install MySQL, right? GUI Express Validator, right? We need both GUI and Express UI Validator. By the way, even if you do not use --save, it automatically saves now, right? This used to be a thing before, but now it saves it anywhere, right? So we have GUI, we have Express GUI validation, we have Express, and MySQL as well, right? So let's just reuse our db.js file, right? Just gonna copy this. Right, new file, db.js, right? Everything looks fine. The database is user management or users management? User management, right? User management, right? Localhost, root, password, all this looks good. We have our database connection. Right, router.post. Right, let's create our user here. Let's import SQL. Const SQL equals require db file. Go. Right, SQL dot query. Right, we need to insert the value in the users table, right? So what's gonna be the query here? Okay, I have a few messages here. I think this one. Registration will be with user roles. Not in this case. I'm simply creating users. but you can create roles in this too, right? Have an enum, and then you can create roles in here if you want. Someone said create at now is not null. Yeah, that's right, but I don't need to provide it because it has a default value of current timestamp, right? So it's okay if created at is not null, because when I create those values, it's automatically gonna put in the default value, which is the current timestamp, right? Close this. Oh, missing a comma here. Right, what's gonna be the query here? What's gonna be the content here? All right, I'm gonna give you guys a few minutes. What's gonna be the query here to create the user? Send me in a direct message, right? Send me in a direct message as soon as you figure out what is gonna be the query to create the user. Received one message so far. With GUI validator for email and password. We haven't put a GUI validator as of now. We would do right after this. Okay, I've received two messages. Do you need to check the image for GUI, you mean, in GUI? Yeah. Okay. Right. Yes, we can do that too. So you're saying if the email is the same, we would say, hey, this user already exists, so you cannot create a new account, right? Yeah. So let's create the users first, and then we will add this restriction. So that would cover our error handling part, right? Right. I've received what 3, 4 messages. The table name is not user management. User management is the name of the database. The table name is users. Right. So it's gonna be exactly same as what we have been doing before, right? Right. This is different. Right. So insert into users, right? Set, and this is one way of doing it, right? But you can also, do insert into users values and then the values that you want to provide. So what I'm just going to do is I'm simply going to do here a request dot body, right? It's a post request. Then I'm gonna write down my callback function, right? Callback function gets error and results, right? I'm just gonna take this. And yeah, we can see here if there's any error with the database, right? So we can specifically check if there is an error, right? Now, one way is that if you see an error like this, you can simply do a response dot status 500, let's say, internal server error, and then you can also send a JSON response where you can simply say response or status, and you can say something went wrong. Right? If there is any error, because we're not sure what the error is going to be, right? Or you can say something went wrong. User cannot be created. Right? And if not, if everything is fine, we can do a response.json, and we can simply send back the result. Right? Simply going to result, not results. Right? Okay, let's quickly check if it's working fine. I'm going to open up Postman. Okay, let's take this, get request. It's on users. It is supposed to be a post request, and body raw JSON. Right now, let's see what's the data that we need to provide. Right, email name, age, password, and image URL. So I'm just going to take these. Oh, it's going to be harder to fix this. Email. Let's say flash@gmail.com. Right, a name. Age. Password. Right, you know what? I'm not going to provide image URL as of now. And my npm install is fine. I did it before. I need to start my server. Right, let's do it with Nodemon. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add it here. Right, so that I could debug the application if there's any issue. So dev Nodemon dot /bin/ww debug dev. Right, we have an error. Let's see, cannot find module express. I didn't do npm install. Right, never mind. Npm install dev Port 3000 is already in use. Oh, I must have some other server running. Right, not a problem. If you guys would like to see a quick way to close the port 3000, you can have a look. Again, this is not important for the course. This is more of a Linux thing, let's say. All right. But I've found the process ID of whatever process is running on 3000. I mean, I don't really care which process is running. It must be some server that I ran yesterday or something, which I don't really care about at this point. So kill -9, and I'm gonna provide the process ID, right? And this is basically gonna kill the process. Now I don't have to go look for it, you know. But I did it because I already knew that it's my server that's running on 3000. Otherwise, you just don't go, keep killing processes like that. It could cause a problem in your operating system, right? If it would be an internal process on that board, right? All right, server's running. Right, I'm gonna create a post request. Right, it's successfully created. Right, let's quickly check. There you go. Right, so everything's working fine. All right, any question or any doubt so far about killing the process, whatever we have done so far about this post request? Any question or any doubt so far? I know I'm going relatively faster today, but all of this is something we have done before, right? We are not doing anything new. So, but if you still feel overwhelmed, just let me know. Sorry, say that again. Killing. Right. So when I started my server, it told me that port 3000 is already in use, right? And I could not start my server. Now, this simply means that I left a server running on port 3000, somewhere in the terminal. Now, one way is you can change the port number, all right? Or you can go look for the server that you ran on 3000 and then you can shut it down. Another way is that you find out which process is it on 3000 using this command here, right? I had to add sudo, right? This is like saying sudo, tell me which process is running on port 3000. And then it gives you a list of all the processes that satisfies that condition, right? So there is this node process that was running on port 3000. This PID means process ID in operating system. So I took that process ID and I killed that process here, right? This this basically kills any process running on port 3000. So now I can run my server because now my port 3000 is free.
Do you need to install a package for LSOF?
Not on Mac. For Windows,
I'm getting a term not recognized.
but there must be an alternative. We can quickly check. Or Windows kill process on port. Yeah, the commands are a little different. So you know how I was doing LSOF and then -I? Uh, Apparently, this is a command that you would run on Windows. And here after colon, you would provide the port that you want to find the process at. And once you do, you're going to find the process ID, right? You know how I found the process ID? You're just going to run this command to find the process ID. You're going to see a number, and then I did a kill space -9. On Windows, you would see task kill, and then you would provide the, process ID, and it should kill that process on that particular port. Right, so it's a two-part process. First thing, find the process ID of that is running on that port number. Second thing, kill that process ID.
Right.
I can actually send this link quickly to you guys for whoever is on Windows, right? I mean, it comes pretty handy, if it's your port, but you don't want to look for it. And it could even happen because I don't know, this terminal says disconnected, and maybe it was running in the background, and maybe I would never be able to find that server running myself, right? In that case, I might have no other option but to kill the process running on that port number. I mean, you can always change the port number, but I would say that's very hacky,
What is -9?
-9 is basically sending a signal that, kill this process. I don't remember the flag exactly, but I think it's kill the process gracefully. I mean,
Yeah,
if there's any, yeah.
But all the time it's -9, right?
Yeah, if you want to kill the
Skill
process, just,
-9,
yeah,
and the ID.
yes. And I know you use Ubuntu sometimes, and this should work on Ubuntu without a problem. These two commands.
Yeah.
All right. Right, any other questions, guys? Any doubt so far? Okay. Now let's use JOI, right? Let's put a validator on it. Right, so we need to create a validator. Just gonna copy that, it's a bit faster. All right, just gonna copy this. This is not query schema though, this is body schema, right? Or you can call this anything. Create user schema, JOI object, and we need a few fields here, right? We are gonna need email. Right, it's JOI dot string required. You know what? There might actually be something for email too. Okay, I'm just quickly gonna search here, email. There you go, JOI.string.email, minimum domain segments. Yeah, we don't want any extra things here, so we just want a string, and let's say we're just gonna say it's an email, and it's required, so that's good. Name JOI dot string. Right, let's say name is required too. Was age required? Yeah, we said not null, right? But we are also providing a default value. So it's your wish. Let's say it's JOI dot number, right? Dot. Let's say it's optional, all right? You can provide it if you want, or you can skip this part if you want. We have a default value for this, right? And we are going to do the same thing for image URL, image underscore URL GUI, right? It's going to be a string, right? We are going to say it's an optional thing, right? So we have defined an object which has all the keys and restrictions that are supposed to be on the user creation, right? Now we simply need to add it as a middleware before our handler, right? So validator dot body validator dot body, and then you just provide your schema, right? So here we are saying, hey, Express GUI validator, we want to validate the body of the parameters that we would be getting, right? Which means we want to validate request dot body, right? Not request dot query, not anything else, request dot body, right? And this is the schema that we want you to validate with, right? We want you to take this information and we want you to validate that everything that we have given is correct.
Why do you have name twice?
Because that's a mistake. Thank you very much. And this is the wrong API. I don't want it on GET request, right? I want it on POST request here. Right. Right. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Name, email, age. Oh, I'm missing password, right? Am I missing password here? No. Email name, age, password. Email name, age. Okay, I'm missing password here.
I think there is something for password.
Sorry, say that again.
There is something for validation, but the data password also. In that GUI, there is something for
There's something for passwords too. All right. Okay, let's quickly check. GUI password for access token. An optional string must satisfy the custom regex pattern cannot appear together with access token, must be accompanied with repeat password and equal to. Yeah, I'm not going to use this. What it provides, let's check. Must satisfy the custom regex operation. Now, this is if you want to say, hey, there has to be at least one character, at least one special character, and all of that, right? Although you can use it, you just would have to figure out the regex for that, right? Second thing is cannot appear together with access token. So you know how you guys have done session-based authentication so far? Another way of authenticating is token-based authentication, right? Token-based authentication, right? Now, now sessions are good, sessions are fine, but if you plan to have a mobile application, you would have to stick to token-based authentication, right? If you have your backend, which would be serving mobile applications too, it would have to be token-based authentication, right? I personally prefer token-based authentication too, even if I'm doing web app, because it makes it more flexible too, right? Because just in case if there would be a mobile application in future, I do not have to redo my entire authentication process, right? But it might be a little more work, right? This kind of authentication could be relatively more work, right? It's also, you can also search for JWT authentication, right? JSON Web Token authentication. Um, I would definitely suggest you to read about it, right? Um, JWT. Right? But to give you guys a general idea, what you do is you send from the front end, username and password when you log in, and if it's correct, you generate a token, right? And that token is encrypted, right? It's an encrypted token which you send to the front end, and then every time the front end receives, the front end sends a request to the back end, it uses that same token every time, right? And that token is basically what is used for authentication. Um, yeah, this diagram makes sense. So you send a post request with username and password for login, all right? Or you can even send a GET request if you want. And server creates a JWT token. Token is nothing, it's still a JSON object, all right? It's simple JSON object, but the value is encrypted and it contains the information of the user. And then you return that JWT to the browser. And then whenever browser needs to send requests, it would always send you the token in authorization header, right? So every time you receive a request, you would be able to find that token in the header, right? I know this is not really, explaining you everything. I'm just giving you a little bit of an idea in case you are interested to do this on your own, right? Token-based authentication, especially, if you're going to be doing mobile applications. Right. For now, I'm not going to put any restriction on here, right? Maybe I would like to have a minimum number of characters. Let's say it has to be at least 3 characters, not less than that, right? I'm actually going to delete this. And this module.exports is supposed to be at the bottom of the page. Right, let's check if everything's working fine. Right, so far I'm going to change the email flash to insert ID 4, everything good. Okay, so this is creation of the user. We haven't set any session yet, right? We haven't done anything related to session, right? But before we do that, let's handle some errors, right? Okay, now a few ways to handle errors, all right? One way, if you don't know what error you are gonna get, which is the case in this case, because we are saying if error, right? But it could be any error with the database. It could be that, database lost connection. It could be, hey, some column does not exist. In that case, you don't really know what the error is going to be, right? So in most of those cases, you simply throw the error, right, to the pairer element, right? You say, hey, if we get an error, just throw it to, to the error handler, right? Now, when you throw errors like this, you can actually write it this way. It's a way cleaner. It's one single statement, you can get rid of parentheses from here, right? If there's just one error, right? Okay. If error, throw error, insert into this. So I'm simply throwing errors, but the thing is, how do I handle all of those errors that I would be throwing from the entire application? Now, we can create an error handler middleware, right? At the end here, we can simply create a middleware at the end to handle errors, right? And how it identifies if it's an error handler, your error handler is going to have request, response, next, right? So most of, all of those APIs that we create can have these 3 parameters, right? But if you have 4 parameters here, that means this is an error handler, right? Express is gonna know that you have 4 params here, all right? That means this is an error handler. So when you all the errors that you throw in the system, those errors are going to be received in here. All right, and you can do anything you want here. You can send a very specific JSON object, right? So for instance, maybe what I would like to do is I would send a JSON, all right, which would say, let's say message. Something went wrong, all right? And then maybe I would send the error details too, right? So that if you are a developer, you would be able to go into the network and you would be able to see all the detail of the errors, right? So you can simply do error dot, remember, is it name? I would have to quickly Google JS error object. I'm looking for the error message, right? So I'm quickly going to check what contains the message itself. The message property is a human readable description of the error, right? So this is what we are looking for. Right. So it's error dot message. Right. This is our error handler. Right. This is global error handler. Any error that you send, basically any error that you throw in the entire portal, it's going to end up here, right? And this is where you can handle all the generic errors, right? Now we don't know what exactly the error is going to be here, right? Let's see. Can we create some error here just to check if this is working fine or not? I'm going to put a debugger here. How can we have an error in the database? Da-da-da. Okay, you know what? I'm going to make the emails unique here. I'm going to add let me quickly Google unique constraint. All right, simply unique. All right, so I'm just going to take this and I'm going to go
You have it as an
to
int.
Workbench. Oh yeah, thank you. Varchar. Wow, you're really good, eh? You know what? You should actually try for a official position of a debugger. That'd be nice. Modify email here. Just gonna copy this. All right, done. Right. So now,
Are there such positions?
not really. You are usually a developer and then you are good or bad at debugging things. But I'm not gonna lie to you, debugging skills come really handy.
The QA, there is QA.
Yeah, QA would be something. Yep. But for sure, debugging skills are really, I mean, it takes your programming to next level because everyone faces error, right? Let's be honest. No matter how experienced you are, you're always gonna get stuck with errors whenever you are coding. And being able to figure out those errors quickly and being able to move forward at a higher speed, that's a good scale. Okay, so now I have modified this. That means if I try to add a user with the same email, I should get an error, right? So when I send the request, it comes here, right? Now this time error is not empty, right? I did receive an error from the database, and this is the message where it says duplicate entry, blah, 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 right? Now, again, you can never rely on the errors generated by a third-party library, right? Because you don't know what the error is going to be, and you cannot simply throw it to the front end, right? So here, I'm simply sending the, throwing the error, right? And just to make sure we receive it in our error handler, I'm gonna put a debugger here, right? No, we did not. Let's see what the problem is. Right, it did throw an error, but our error handler did not receive it. So I'm just going to quickly check the documentation of Express. I must be missing something. Express, and I think they have a not clothing, Express.js here. I think they have a decent documentation for error handler too. Okay, not here. Here it is, error handling. Okay, I'm not looking for this. Yes, this is what I'm looking for, the default error handler, right? Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like, right? App.use, and then I have 4. Oh, it's error request response next, right? So my sequence wasn't correct, but even that shouldn't change anything. It should have still received the error in here. So let's see if I'm missing anything else. Right, they're doing similar thing, right? They're setting a response status of 500, and they're sending something broke or something went wrong. I'm not setting the status 500 here, right? So I should do that. Status 500, right? I just have a more complicated JSON response, but again, that doesn't change much here. Looks the same. Oh, it's not throwing error. It's basically next error, I guess. Let me check. Yep. So it's not throw error. If there's an error, just pass it to the next middleware, right? This should do the trick. And let's try to
So
do it
we
again.
need to add next parameter here.
Yes. Thank you. So I need to have next parameter here if I want to use next here. That's right. Let's create a user. We got an error, right? Error looks fine. This is exactly what we were expecting. Gonna go to the next request. There you go, right? Now it's gonna come to our error handler. And now even if we check in error, we get the error that we sent from there, right? From that middleware. So yeah, you can do anything with the error here you want, but you do need to realize that you could receive any kind of error here. So however you handle things here, it has to be very generic, right? So I'm just gonna play from here, and no, where's my response? Cannot set headers after they're sent to the client. Okay, I think I know why it's happening. I am missing something here. Right. Either you need to return after the next, because even once you send the thing to error, you don't want any other code to run, right? You're like, I'm done with whatever code is there in this return, right? Either you can do that, or you can put this in an else condition. Either one should work fine, right? Let's make sure it's working fine. Play, play. There you go, right? So now I have the message, something went wrong, which is something I can show on the front end. And I also have more precise error, which says duplicate entry at, something, something. Now, again, it's a preference thing if you want to send this error or not. For some projects, not for some projects, for pretty much most of the projects, this would be a security issue. You don't want to send what the issue is on the front end, right? Because a hacker would be able to know more about your system. And anyway, if your end user knows this, it doesn't really help him, right? You're not going to display this on the application. And you as a developer can always come here and check the error, right? Now, if you see there's one thing we lost, we are not able to see the error ourselves, right? So, one thing you can do is before we actually send the response, we can always do a console.log and we can print the entire error for ourselves, right? I think there's something as error console.error too. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to remove these breakpoints, right? Because it's slowing us down now. Just send a request with the same email and it sends me this error. And now you can get the error on the front end too, right? On the terminal too, where you're running your backend. Okay. Now I'm gonna leave this here, right? And let me push this to GitHub. Right? How would I push it to GitHub? What are the commands? Anyone remembers? Git add dot, right? This means add all the files. Git commit dash m day 8 and git push. For me, git push would be enough in this case, all right? But if you want, you can do git push origin name of the branch, which in my case is main. So you can do git push origin main, right? And yesterday for Heroku, we were doing git push, right? In my case, origin is GitHub. In that case, Heroku was Heroku's server, right? And we were pushing master branch yesterday because, the repository we created, we named the main branch as master branch. In this case, I have named, let's say, the main branch as main, right? But it's whatever the name of the branch is. Right, I'm gonna leave you guys here with this code. I have pushed everything to GitHub. If you need to refer to, a specific part of the code that we have written, all right, spend 5-10 minutes on here, check out if everything is fine, you understand everything, and if you have any questions, you can ask me right now, right?
And could you share your SQL script?
Yes, there you go. Right, again, if you just need to copy paste this code, all of this is on GitHub now. Someone said, can we have a break? Sure. I hope this wasn't too heavy. But yes, we can definitely have a break. So let's do this. I'll give you guys 20 minutes, right? You can have 5-ish minutes to take care of this, and we can have a break for, let's say 15 minutes. Let's make it 25 minutes, all right? 10 minutes so that you can have this working on your system, right? Or if you have any questions to make sure you understand everything, and let's have a break for 15 minutes, right? So we'll resume the class. I'll take your questions at 10:55. Sure. Again, this is on GitHub though, right? If you need, yeah, I've sent the file in the chat anyway, right? But if yeah, that's right. Yes, that's to handle all the generic errors or all the default errors, right? Yes. So if I go back here, I mentioned generic error handlers and specific errors, right? So far we have taken care of generic error handling, right? But what if I just don't want to send something went wrong? What if I specifically want to say, hey, this email has been used already. Please sign up with another email or log in with this email if you already have an account with it, right? That's a very specific error which I would like to show on the front end. So right after this, we'll discuss that too. No problem. Come back here. All right. Again, guys, I know I'm going relatively faster today. All right. So please don't be shy. If there's anything you want me to repeat or anything. So someone said I wasn't here yesterday during the discussion. Yes, if I did not discuss with you yesterday your wireframes, don't worry about it. I'm going to discuss it today with you, right? If I haven't approved or agreed with the scope of your project, don't worry about it. We are going to discuss it today. Right. See you guys soon. Will we connect registration with the front end? Yes, we would. I would be creating the front end, and if we get enough time, I'll deploy it too. Right. Alrighty. Right. See you guys in a bit. Does anyone has any question? I would be back 5-10 minutes before 10:55. All right. I'll be back by, let's say, 10:45 or so. So if you have questions or doubts, or if you want to have one-on-one discussion kind of a thing, you can come back a little earlier. Please give me a yes if you're back. All right. So someone asked me a question, how we can redirect all of our logs to a log file, right? And it's more of a operating system thing than a Node.js thing, right? And what you can do is you can run your nodemon bin www command, right? And this thing here basically says, hey, whatever you were redirecting to the standard output, just redirect to app.log, right? So it's going to redirect everything to a log file, and if I run using this, you're going to see my logs are going to be here in the real time. And now if I send a call from here, my database connection is successful, whatever the error is, everything's going to be in this file, right? And I'm saying that this is an operating system thing because you know how I was running sudo lsof-i3000. You can run the same command, all right? And this time, rather than seeing anything on the terminal, I could say, hey, whatever the output is, just send that output to this file here, right? And if I run this command, you're going to see that I would have a test.log file here, and this is where I would have the output, right? So you can send the output to any file. Record. Thank you for reminding. Right? Again, this is an operating system thing. Once you learn it for your OS, that's how it's going to work for um, any application, PHP, Node.js, any kind of server, any output, right? Simply this here tells that send all the output to this one specific file, and this would run for any command, right? It could be a lsof command, or it could be running your server or whatever, right? I am gonna shut this down, run my servers the way I was running before. Right. Does anyone has any question, any doubt, any issue that you have been facing with whatever we have done so far?
But this log file doesn't show us the time and the IP address from the client, and that was this error. Yes.
It shows the call here.
No, but we don't know which client.
We don't know which client, or you mean which browser?
Yeah, if you have two clients for your applications, for example.
Mm-hmm. When you say the word client, do you mean browsers or do you mean the actual users?
Yes, browser.
Okay, it's possible to log that, but for that you would have to look into our logger here, app.js, right? This is our logger. We are using Morgan, right? So you would have to look into Morgan, and you would have to, define some parameters with respect to like what kind of logging do you want, right? What do you want to be logged, right? That's one thing. Other thing could be you can have um, a middleware, right? You can in app.js, you can create a middleware of your own before the routers, right? Because all of this client information is available in headers, right? So I'll show you an example quickly. Was this request, right? We have this request object, right? So you're gonna see I would be able to fetch all of that information from inside this object, right? I would have to find where exactly it is. Host name HTTP version. Headers. Okay, there you go. User agent. It says Postman, right? This is your client. If you would be using Google Chrome, you would see Google Chrome. If you're using Safari, you would see Safari and all of that stuff. But all of this information is available in your request object, right? Now, obviously, if you want, you can print all of that information in every API, right? But that would be way more work for you to do, right? Easier way is to either set up your logger if to see if the logger could achieve that functionality. If not, you can always create a middleware and you can, print all of that stuff in your middleware. Um, okay, I'm not sure, but I'm quickly gonna try doing that, right? Not gonna spend too much time on it. So I'm gonna have request response next. Right now, first of all, I'm putting this middleware before the routers, right? So this middleware is gonna work before it goes into my handler. And I don't want to do anything complicated here, right? The only thing I want to do is console.log. I want to print all the request headers, right? So that you could have all the information of the browser and all of that stuff, right? So I'm going to print the headers. And once I'm done, I'm just going to say, hey, you know what? Go to the next middleware, right? And next middleware is my routers. Okay, let's see if this works. So I'm going to send this request, right? I'm going to play this, right? We're still getting an error because I'm sending the same email, but there you go, right? Now with every request, you would be able to see all the extra information, the host, the user agent and all of that stuff. Make sense?
Okay, thank you.
No problem. I'm gonna leave it here, right? Middleware to print to display all the headers before reaching the routers. Right, this is global/default error handler. Okay. Now we are done with what does it say here? All right, this is where we create users, right? Let me quickly check where we are at. Okay, error handling, we have done a generic error handler. We haven't done a specific error handling, right? We haven't seen how we would, specifically send a proper error where it says, hey, the user with this email already exists, right? Now, to do that, one thing you can do is, like one way of doing it is you make an SQL query in your database to check if there's a record with that email, right? That's one way to do it. You say SQL query select star from users where where email equals, you use the email and then you see if there are any records with that email or not, right? And if there is, you send a response specific to that error. That's number one. Other thing you can do is if you see an error, right, you can check here if the error is something specific that you would like to check, right? So For instance, in this case, there's a code that we get specifically if there's a duplicate entry, right? So, but this could be for any unique entry, by the way, right? But if you still want to rely on it, you can check if error dot code equals this value, right? In that case, I know it's a duplicate entry, right? So I'm going to do a response.json, right? And in this case, maybe I would want the status to be 400, right? Because it's a value sent from the front end, which we have a problem with. We are going to send a request, and rather than sending something went wrong, this time I'm going to say, let's say user already exists. Please sign in or use another email, right? But again, whenever it comes to specific errors, you will have to be using if conditions, and you would have to tackle each error yourself, right? There's no generic one way of doing it, because we would want a user-friendly message, which you would have to provide yourself. Okay, if error code this duplicate entry, we want to return this, and
Sure.
if that's not the case, yeah.
Instead of the .json with the
Yeah.
brackets and the message, can we just use .send?
Yeah,
Won't
yes,
that
you
just
can.
send the whatever text you have in quotes?
Oh, you mean if we don't send this part and
No.
only the string?
Send that also, but instead of JSON format, just .send.
So send, I understand, but do you want to send a JSON inside or just a string?
No, just a string.
Yeah, not preferred way of doing things, because your front end always would be expecting communication in JSON format.
Okay.
Right? Although if you do that, it is gonna send the text, right? But there is this unsaid convention that every front end and back end follows, where they decide on the data format that would be used, right? For example, some front end and backends would communicate using XML, right? But then they don't send XML at some times, and then HTML at other times, and then JSON at some times. The mode of communication between your front end and backend should be consistent.
So it's whatever convention is decided upon.
Exactly. If you're using XML, you stick to XML. If you're using JSON, you stick to JSON. Right?
Yeah.
That, and also, again, production level applications, you would see you won't necessarily check message yourself in every API call. If you have a very huge project, you have interceptors, which would basically check every request. And if they see a key message, they would display the message automatically to the user, right? Which makes your work easier in the long run, and your application is consistent throughout that way. All right.
And if you want to handle the error coming from the validator,
From validator, you mean JOI, right?
yeah.
Right. Again, there are a few options with that too, right? Before I jump on that, let's make sure this error is working fine, all right? And then I'll jump on that example, right? Okay, so let's try to create a duplicate person, right? It's going to try to insert. There's an error. It says, hey, user already exists. Please sign in or use another email, right? User, not use. And if there is any other error coming from the database, in that case, it's going to use the generic error handler, right? Okay, what could be other error that we could generate? I mean, ideally, JOI is going to stop you before it actually reaches even this point. But let's say if Are emails required? Yeah, emails are not supposed to be null, right? But let's say if I remove this and change it to optional, right? And I don't send the email from here, but I try to create the user. Okay, I have a blocking request. It's inserting, that's weird.
When you changed your database, you put unique, but you got rid of not null.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks for that. We need to fix that here. Not null. Let's alter it. I might have to delete those values manually from the table. Select rows. Yeah. Delete rows. Invalid use of null value. Is that supposed to be before? Nope.
I think you need to save after you delete manually.
From Workbench?
Yeah, or not?
Oh, yeah. No, I never used Workbench before. Does anyone has any idea? This one? Nope. This is exporting. Let's check. Yeah, it didn't delete. You know what? Delete from users where email is. Okay, that fixed the problem there. That alter thing didn't work still. Give one warning, but it did work. Okay, let's try our API now. Right, let's see if it gives us an error. Right, there is an error, right? And now it's gonna go next. It's gonna check error code, right? It's not this one because now this time it's not a duplicate entry. We are not providing email. So then it's gonna work with our generic error handler, right? So for a specific error, like using the same email again, it's gonna send a specific message. But if there's any other error that we didn't handle specifically, it's gonna send an error, generic one with our global error handler, right? Now I'm gonna change the email back to this, right? And now my JOI would give me an error by saying, hey, you do not send the email, right? But if you pay attention, this is not JSON, right? The response that we have got here is text, and we don't want that, right? We want everything to be consistent, and we want to make sure we handle all the errors, consistently. So if you go to the documentation of JOI, right, it actually tells you how to handle errors. Here, error handling. When validation fails, this module will default to returning an HTTP 400 with the JOI validation error as a text plain response type. But that's not what we want. We want to stick to JSON, right? A pass error option is supported to override this behavior. This option forces the middleware to pass the error to Express Error Handler using the standard next function behavior. Now that's what we want, right? So we need to use this option, pass error, right? When we are creating the validator so that it passes our error to the error middleware, right? Using the standard next function behavior that we have been using, right? Um, okay, so we need to check this option, pass error, right? And it says see the custom error handler section for an example. So let's click there, right? And if you see when they are creating the validator, they are saying pass error true, right? This is where we are creating the validator. We are going to say pass error true, right? Let's see what the change is now. Now, when I send the request, and if there's an error, it goes into our, global error handler, and it sends the standard message that we have been sending, right? Now, if you want to send the error that JOI is providing you, if that's something you would like to use on the front end, there's a way to do that. So they provide you an implementation in their example as well, right? And they're checking, this is the error handler, right? It has, okay, how do we know this is the error handler? Is there a way to identify it? Is there anything that we can see and we say, oh, this is the error handler? This is the error handler middleware.
The error first parameter.
Exactly, the error parameter here, right? And it has 4 parameters, not 3, right? Usually with middlewares, we see request, response, and next. But with this one, we see error, request, response, and next, right? 4 parameters, all right? And they are checking if there's an error, and if error.error, and if error.error.isGUI. Now, this is the same kind of pattern that I was using before, if you guys remember, right? They ideally just want to check if this object has this key and, further this key, but you have to check everything before so that, this itself doesn't throw any error. So they're basically checking if error.error.error is JOI. This way we would know that the error that we have received is a JOI error, right? So we can simply use that here in our error handler, right? This is our middleware. So let's console the error anyway, right? And check for JOI errors, right? And now we are checking if it's a JOI error. Okay, what do we want to do? What do we want to send if it's a JOI error? This is what they are sending, right? Now, let's see, we have a message. They do have a message too, right? Their message is going to be more precise. And they are also sending the type. Now, again, you can send it if you want. If you don't want to send it, it's your wish, right? So if we get a JOI error, we are fetching these values and then sending this. If it's another error that was generated by the backend, that was generated by our code, in that case, it's going to come here and it's going to use this part here, right? You can put it inside else if you want. Right? Now, when I go here, I run the code. No, there is some other issue. It says RES is not defined. Error.response. All right, because we have RESP. There you go. Right? Now, in this case, it has a message, validation error, email is required. And it says, what kind of validation it was, body. And I don't think we need this anyway, right? So I'm just going to get rid of this. Because it could be validating body, query, or any other kind of parameter. We're not concerned about it when we're sending the message. Right? And again, we can do this too if we want to send a more precise error. And if you see in this case, we are sending 400. 400 errors are the errors generated by a input value of the front end. 500. So this is way of saying, hey, it's front end's mistake. And 500 is a way of saying, hey, it's back end's mistake. Right? That's the most, layman. That's how I can explain in the most layman terms. Right? 400 is a client side issue and 500 is a server side issue. Right? So now if I run this again, right, it's going to send validation, email is required, this message.
Is there a way to remove the slashes from the email where they're the backslashes that are escaping the characters? Email, look for the quotes.
This thing here, right?
Yeah. It just looks funny.
Yeah, I know. I would have to check. Okay, what if we don't convert it to a string? Okay, we don't want that. Okay, there must be a way, but I would have to look into it. I don't have like a quick answer for you right now.
Okay.
Right? But I would look into it and get back to you. Right? But there must definitely be a way to remove escaping. I can do a quick Google search if I can find something pretty quick. JavaScript.
I think this is escaping because it's JSON, but when you consume it in the, let's say, front end will be fine, or no?
Depends. If you're appending it to your HTML, it's not going to be fine because it's going to treat this entire thing as a string, right? And if you
Okay.
add it as a text content, it's going to simply just add it as text. But we can quickly check. I would love to be wrong. Inspect. Okay, pay attention to whatever I'm doing. You don't need to know this. This is more of a JavaScript thing, right? Yeah, those slashes are gonna be gone. It's only quotations, so shouldn't be a problem, right? We don't need to remove these. So it's actually pretty good because when you're gonna display it, it's gonna show email in quotations. Right? I would be very interested to see what happens if there are multiple issues. For instance, if I don't have name, which is required, do I just get an error for name or do I get an error for both? For both, which is good, right? It says name is required, email is required. Wait, I have a message at Param. Okay, so we did a decent chunk of error handling, right? Specific errors, sending the errors to the error middleware, handling the errors received from JOI, and all the generic errors.
So just to understand, the
Mhm.
escape characters, they show up in Postman, but they won't show up in the browser?
That's right.
Okay.
Because when you're gonna do text content or anything,
Mhm.
it's basically gonna be treated as escape characters, um, which is being used to uh, which is being used to explicitly show these quotations around the email,
Okay.
right? These quotations here. So although it is there in the string, it's for escaping specifically.
Okay.
All right. Any questions or any doubts? All right. So we're done with generic error handling. All right. We handled some very specific errors. All right. So this is done. We did a post request for registration of a user to create a new user. So this is done, right? So now we need to log in the user from the front end, right, using a login request. And we need to have our entire front end consuming, creating a user, logging in the user and all of that stuff. Right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to create a front end project now, right? So that I can create the user from the front end and everything to make sure everything works fine for me, right? So day 8 backend, let's create a new folder. I'm gonna call this folder front end, right? Nothing complicated. I'm going to create a new file, index.html. Your main file should always be named index.html, right? User management. Before I move ahead, um, give me a yes if you think I'm going too fast. All right, give me a yes if you think I'm going too fast. Okay, give me a yes if you think the pace that I'm going with is perfectly fine. Give me a yes if you think that the pace that I'm going with is perfectly fine. You are understanding 80% or more. Okay, that's good. Okay, now the front end side of things, which I guess all of you love, right? So our scripting files here. So I'm just gonna name this script.js, right? Let's include this in our body script tag. Oh, with a source would be nice. Right, this adds my front end file here. All right, so what do we want? We want a registration page first of all, right? So now what do we want? Do we want to show the login page? Do we want to show the registration page, or do we want to show login and registration on the same page? For the sake of simplicity for now, I'm going to have registration and login both on the same page, right? So let's say by default, this is going to be the registration page first. So H1 register an account or sign up on our awesome portal. All right, register an account on our awesome portal. And we want to have a form here. Again, the things that I would be doing, it's, many things are, preference dependent. So it's very possible you want to use a form tag. It's very possible you did it another way in your HTML and JavaScript class, all right? So don't worry about it. If you do it a slightly different way, it's fine, all right? It's not a problem. So I'm gonna have a div, and let's create some fields here, right? I'm gonna name this field container, right? For each field, and let's create a label and some input fields. So we need email, right? User email. Right, and password. Oh, that thing would really come in handy here. So if I'm copy pasting, right? And if all of these are user email, I can select this, Command D, select all three, and I could do user dash password, right? So it would change everything for me once. Recording, right? Yep. Okay. So I have email, I have password. What else do we need when we are registering a user? Email, password, name, and age, right? So just gonna copy this. Right, I'm missing something. What exactly am I missing from the form? I'm missing something in here. What is it?
You type everywhere it's password.
Type password. That's right. This should be type what?
Text.
Type text. All right, what else? There's something else that I'm missing.
You need a button.
I do not have a button. That's right. So I need a button here. Let's call this create account. Right, what else? I'm still missing something.
Forgot password.
Forgot password. No, I'm not doing that right now. I'm missing this. Yep, so on click, I want to call a function, right? Let's say create account. I'm still missing something.
Form method post.
Our method post. No, I'm not using form. So whatever I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use that in the JavaScript function using jQuery. So that's fine.
Do you have to add the libraries for function?
The library for function.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna define the function later, but I'm missing something here in HTML. Where's our debugging king? Repeat password. Yeah, I'm not doing that. You can have that if you want. Repeat password. I'm not doing that right now. Guys, I'm missing what should be in the label. If I open this up right now, you're not gonna see what field it is, right? Reveal in Finder. Just gonna open this up. right? It's literally gonna be just 4 fields. I don't want that, right? I want some label to be displayed. So here, let's display email, right? Here, let's say password. This is name. This is age. Right, this should be fine. Right, we have fields. All right, I don't want this page to be looking super nice, but at the same time, this is too ugly. So let's put a colon here. We have a field container class, right? Let's add a CSS file. Okay, what do I want to add? I want to add some margin all around, right? Seriously? Oh, okay. Why is it not working? Anyone? My CSS is not getting applied. Right. So I need to import my style sheet. What was the tag again? Link?
Link.
Yeah, there you go. I have styles.css. Right. Right. Still doesn't look good, but you know, better than before, at least readable. Register an account on our awesome portal. You know, let's fill out some information here. Right, name of the person, age, and when you click on create account, we are gonna take you to this function, create account, right? So I'm gonna define this function here. Okay, so first thing we want jQuery, right? That's what I'm gonna use to make the Ajax call. jQuery downloads uncompressed development. Compressed production is fine. Copy link address. Go to my HTML here. Right, this should give me access to jQuery. $.ajax. Right, gonna quickly check the documentation for this. Here, this is jQuery.ajax. That's what I was looking for. Don't want to do anything before. And that would be if you want to make a GET request. Right, this is the example that I'm looking for. Right. So $.ajax method post URL. Now for URL, I'm gonna have the host const host in a constant, right? So in this case, it's going to be what localhost colon 3000, right? So that when I deploy this, I would have to change the host of the backend at only one place. right? And not at every AJAX call. So URL is going to be host, right? And then slash, and then users, right? Because we are creating a user. Okay, this is where we want to send the data. We want to send email name, age, password, right? Email name, age, right? I'm going to put some random value for now and password, right? Now, these values here, we would have to provide these values from the form, right? And once we receive a request, we can just say here, so either you can display the message, right, if it's a success, or maybe we'll just say user created. Right, user created post, this is good. Okay, now we need to send the actual data from the form, right? Again, a few ways to do this. If you make this a form, you're gonna get all of that data in the event, or another way would be to fetch all the elements from in there, right? So document dot get element by ID. Right, each value one by one. User email. Right, dot value. Right, just gonna copy this. Then we have user password, username, user age, right? Just gonna copy it for time. Password, age, and name. Right, so this gives us everything. So where we have name, we're gonna provide name here, right? Where we need to send the email, we would send the email. Where we need to send the age, we would send the age. And password, where we need to send the password, right? All right, let's quickly check if it works. So I'm going to refresh this page, enter some value here, some password here, name of the person, age. I'm going to open up the network tab to see if the request goes fine. It says course error, right? That's something we were expecting, right? First of all, I need to run this on the server. Right now, I've just opened it directly. So I'm going to run my front-end server. And for that, I need to go, okay, I'm going to close these extra terminals. Right. So now I'm going to change directly to day 8, change directly to front end, and I'm going to run HTTP server. Correct me if I'm wrong, but was it like 1-C or C-1? Or 0? What is it? C-1. Okay. Okay, so this has my front end working. Gonna go here. Right. Password, name, string age here. Go to network, click here, still course error, right? So to fix this course error, I remember someone asked me to show this today. You need to go to your backend folder, date 8, backend, right? And what you need to do is you need to add package course, right? npm install course. Okay, now I remember the command, what you have to put, the statements that you have to put in, but you don't have to. You can simply Google it, npm course package.
Sorry, I missed it, or I didn't quite understand. What did you do once you were in the front end, right?
Yep.
Before,
Yep.
why did you come? What did you do, or why did you do to come to the back end?
Okay, so there are a few ways to manage or structure your projects. All right. One way is in which you serve your front end from your backend. All right, which is most likely what you have done in ASP and PHP, right? Where your front end and back end is served from the same server, right? That's not how we are working. We are keeping our front end and our back end entirely separated, right? Our front end has nothing to do with our back end. The only way they communicate between each other is through AJAX requests, right? Now, there is this course policy, right, which says cross origin requests, right? Now, what does it mean? You see our front end is running on port 8080 here, right? Whereas our backend is running on localhost 3000, right? So the origin of both the applications is different, all right? Both applications are running on different servers. We are not working, our front end and back end both are not working on the same port, right? Both are working on a separate port. Now, browser is always going to give you an error because browser thinks it's a security issue, right? Browser thinks that some random front-end application is making a request to some random backend application. And even our backends do not allow that by default, right? Again, for security purposes, right? Now we need to tell our backend that, hey, accept requests from anyone, all right? Accept requests from any front-end application, right? We want it to be an open API. Now, that's the reason I have come back to here to my backend. I'm gonna add this package course, which lets me get rid of this issue and which basically tells my Express server that, hey, if the request comes from any front-end application, serve it without any problem.
Okay.
Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what we need to do in our backend, we have installed course, and I'm gonna go to my app.js file, and you're gonna see you simply have to require it, all right? And you simply have to provide it as a middleware at the top, right? And in this case, we are enabling all course requests for all of our routes, right? You can also use it as a middleware in a specific route, right? If there are only certain APIs that are to be accessed by everyone, right? But in our case, we want to allow all the applications just for the sake of simplicity, right? So let's require it. Const course equals require. So we are going to require a course here. And at the top, we are going to say app.use. All right, we are defining a middleware here. And we are saying, hey, this middleware, hey, you basically allow every request coming from the front end, right? So require the course plugin and then simply use it as a middleware, right? When we do this, backend restarts, all good. Right, let's see if it works now. It says failed. There must be some other error. Let's see. Nope.
Is it the order of your scripts in your HTML?
No, Not really, because it still says it's a course error, which should be gone. Okay, I'm just gonna refresh this entire page. And I'm also gonna restart my server here just to be sure. App.js, require use. Okay, looks fine. Package.js, run the file. Okay. Create account. Okay. I think it's because of this. Yeah, there you go. Right
Excuse me?
now, yeah.
HTTP server, when you run it, shall I install it before or something? Because this
Yes.
command not found. So can we start from, even if I don't have anything for front end to run?
Yeah,
where I have
you
to start?
you need to install a npm package globally. So npm install or I-G globally, and then http-server. Right? You need to have this
Actually,
package installed globally.
I cannot see it. Can you?
Sure. Wait a minute. Let me copy paste this first of all in the chat for everyone. Okay, can I maximize this?
So this is only to install if you don't have it installed globally.
That's right. Yes. But even if you have it and if you run this command, it's no big deal. Oh, maybe it is. Sudo.
So I have an error.
What does
sudo.
it say?
I need sudo. I think I need sudo.
Yeah, if you are on Linux, yeah.
So if you run it again, it just updates it.
Exactly.
Okay, and that's it. And now I should be able to run it, right?
Yes, just make sure you are in the right folder. You have to be in the front end folder because what this server does is it looks for index.html file in the folder where you run it.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Sorry, you said it updates it. So updates what?
The package.
But what is there to update? It's already just installed. Did we change something or it just reinstalls it?
No. It just reinstalls it.
Okay.
I mean, by update, it means if there's a new version of the package, it's going to install the newer version.
Okay.
Right. But otherwise, if you have it installed, it's not needed. But if you have it and you still run this command, it's no big deal. It's just going to update it to the new version.
Okay.
And could you paste your script to the chat?
I already did npm install, right?
No, the entire script, JavaScript file, script.js.
Okay. Front end, back end, front end.
Front end.
Okay. Yeah. Here you go.
Thank you.
I am pasting it in the chat. Let me also push on GitHub. I think it would be easier for you to actually use it. Oh, I hate it. I do not have my history set up here in the terminal. Git add all. Right, everything's on there. I add a new helper tool. Sure, why not? Okay, let's have everything working on your system until this point, and let me know if you have any issues. Right, the entire code here is on GitHub. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Right, let's make sure a post request here is working for you on your system. All right. Give me a yes if you have a post request working on your system. And once we are done, we'll go take a break. Right. If we use the same email, it's not going to display it. I mean, the API is going to send it. We are not displaying the error on the front end though. Okay, yeah, because this done, it's going to go in there if it's a successful call. So we have to write code for fail here. Front end, too many pages open up. I'm going to make this a little smaller. It's too big. Script.js. Quickly going to check jQuery documentation. They have .done. And I think there's another one which is like .fail. Yeah, .fail. Right, so .done. If it's done, do this. .fail. And I'm going to change this to something like this. .fail. Let's see what is provided if it fails. It provides the XHR object and text status. Right, so I'm going to put that here. This is an entire parameter. Right. So far I'm only gonna console.log first to see what I have in those objects, right? Right. Gonna go to the front end, refresh the page here, put a debugger here, just so that I could play around with it, which I'm not able to, right? And let's add the same email, age, send a request, right? Okay, now text status is error, and this is where we have JQHR object, which is gonna basically have our response JSON, which is what we want to display, right? So, all right, so this is what I'm looking for, JQHR object, and then inside I have response JSON object, and then inside I have my message key, right? Yes, we can show it with alert.
Excuse me, are you sure you pushed everything to GitHub? I cannot see front end and anything there.
Are you sure? GitHub.
It's web service training daily kit, right?
Okay, web services. Yeah, okay, you only have backend. Weird. Okay, get status. Yeah, oh, weird. Oh, okay, I think I did get add dot in a wrong folder. I should always do this. Get add all, get commit merge empty -8, get push. All right. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
No problemo. And here, I mean, you can put an alert, or you can also show it on the front end if you want, right? That's on you. So if there's an error, all right, I'm just gonna put if conditions just to make sure that the key we are looking for is there. If JQHR and JQXHR dot response JSON, this was the key, right? Let me check. Yeah, response JSON. Just gonna copy paste the key here, and then if this is there too, and if this JSON has dot message, then I'm gonna show an alert with this message, right? I'm just making sure that before I alert it, it actually is there. I'm gonna remove.
Can you come again? What exactly you are doing? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. So what I did, I put a debugger here, all right, and I checked, my response object, because this is what I was looking for, right? I'm looking for response, which is not showing here right now, but I'm looking for this response that is sent from the backend, right? User already exists, please sign in or use another email, right? So this is what I need to fetch.
What exactly is this GQXHR?
So this is basically the object which contains all the information regarding the XHR request. All right. And by all the information, I mean what was sent, what is being received, what the server says, literally everything. Right. The response received from the server, what is the status received from the server, what does it mean? Status 400 means bad request, right? It provides you that too. Right? So it provides you information about the response received from the API. You guys didn't do this AJAX calls using jQuery in your JS class?
Just minimum.
Minimum, all right. But did you guys do it with jQuery or with XHR object?
No, we did something PHP jQuery, but
okay. Okay. So you could name this anything anyway, right? You could call this XHR object, right? If that's more relatable, let's say XHR object. So this is an object provided by jQuery, all right, which has all the information related to the response, which has your status, which has your response, which has your meaning of the status received, right? So it has everything related to your response object, right? All of your response data, right? So everything that you see here, right? Okay, I'm gonna just play this response, right? All these headers received from response, all of this that is available in this object.
So can you please bear with me? So after done the message, this message, what's the information includes? MSG, whatever the naming, but here what it's contain the, let's say, the results of the AJAX, right?
Yeah, let me show it to you. So in the network, if you see when the request is successful, again, it's not showing here right now, but this is what we used to see in Postman, right? Affected rows, changed rows, field count, insert ID, and all of that, right? So this variable, call it message, call it response, call it whatever. This basically contains whatever is returned by your API. Right.
Okay.
So if you would be making a GET request to get all the users, this is the variable which is going to contain all of those users. Right. So whatever you receive in here, right, in your JavaScript, it's available in this variable here.
So if I'm doing get, the response will, let's say, get for all user instead of both. The response in this case will have all my users.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if you think from jQuery perspective, jQuery always plays dumb. All right. It's like, hey, I don't know what you're supposed to receive, what not. You asked me to make a post request to this URL. I did it. And by the way, that URL, that API that you called is giving you back this response. Do whatever you want to do with it. Right. And if it fails, jQuery does the same thing. They're like, hey, I have no idea what you guys are fetching, where you are making the call. You asked me to make a post request here. And by the way, it failed, right? If jQuery receive any other status request other than 200, if there's anything between 400 or 500, jQuery knows already that your request failed, right? So jQuery is going to be like, hey, your request failed. So I'm not going to run this done part because this is for successful execution, right? API was successful. And the fail part is if the API sends an error, right? Which means response code in 400s or 500s, right? So any response code in 200s means success. Any response code in 400s or 500 means error. Does it make sense, or do you want me to repeat that?
No,
I don't know,
it
maybe
makes
explain
sense.
it in a different
And
way. Yeah?
then here in if after you are handling the error,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you are getting everything.
Yeah, in this XHR object, I get everything that's sent from the backend, right? This response JSON contains whatever we send from the backend. And if you remember, whenever the user email is same, right? This is what we send. This is the JSON that we send, right? And see, we are sending
Okay.
an error status here, 400. So that's the reason we go into the fail section, right? And that's the reason it says user already exists. And we are showing this message here, right? This message, we are receiving this JSON in this XHR object dot response JSON. And then we are accessing the message and we are displaying it. And that's the reason it displays, hey, user already exists with the email. Please use something else. Like, oh, what's going on? It should be giving me error. Fail. Oh, okay, I need to refresh. I have added the code there, but I didn't refresh my front end. So now if I create an account, it says user already exists. Please sign in or use another email, right? So okay, let me show the flow here. I feel like the communication part between the front end and back end is not clear. So if this is my front end and this is my back end, right? So in our case, our front end is, plain HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. And our backend is using Node.js with Express, right? And it is connected to a MySQL database. Okay, now we make a post request, right? And when we make a post request, we send a bunch of data with it. And you can see that bunch of data in your network. And you go here, you go to headers, you're going to see form data, right? This is that bunch of data that we are sending, right? So we have what? We have name, email, age, and so on, right? I'm going to go back here and we are making this call to this URL, right? Localhost 3000 users. So we are making a post request to localhost colon 3000 slash users, and we are sending this bunch of data to the backend, right? Now, our backend receives that call. Our backend basically says, hey, um, this is users, so I'm going to take it to the user router, and this is a post request, so it matches. It's going to say, all right, so I'm going to run this piece of code, and it's going to say, all right, first of all, I need to validate the schema. All right, let me check if I have the name, age, email, and all of that data correctly. And it's like, all right, looks about right. And then it goes in here, it runs this query, right? And then depending upon our logic, if everything's fine, or if there's an error, duplicate entry, or if there's any other error, it's basically gonna send one of these responses, right? Either it's gonna send what we receive from SQL, which is like how many rows affected and all of that, if everything goes successfully, or if there's an error, if it's a duplicate entry, this is the JSON we return, right? So if you send a duplicate entry, it basically sends a JSON in response, which has a message, right? And the message says user, duplicate, blah, 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 right? And then that data is received on the front end, all right? It's received on the front end. But when we send the error, we send it with a status 400, right? Which means we are trying to tell the front end that there's an error, right? We send it with status 400. Now, we are sending status 400 here, and you can check on the front end too in the network API call. It says status code 400 PAT request, right? And this is the message that we sent from the backend. Now, to access all of this information, you have to get the information from jQuery on the front end. So you here go to jQuery, you say, hey, make this request. jQuery sends the request. And when it receives the response, it checks what the status is. If the status is successful, it's going to run this piece of code in done. If it's not successful, if it's a 400 or if it's a 500, then it's going to run this piece of code. Right? Any questions or any doubts? This is the diagram here that I usually create, the communication between your front end and back end. Do you have any questions or do you have any doubt? Okay. Okay, let's take our break. It's 12:20. Okay, let's get back by 12:50 p.m. Right, I'm gonna push all of this code to GitHub, just in case if anyone needs to have a look. Please give me a yes if you are back.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
I have a little issue. I don't know. I can't seem to pinpoint it.
Mhm.
When I'm trying to simply just run my app, like start the, I'm still in the back end.
Okay.
It says cannot find module express.
You need to do npm install.
npm install. I did.
In the right folder.
Oh, I did it in the back end.
Yeah, in the backend. That's where you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, so backend, I did say npm install.
That pretty much is the only practical reason
Okay, and
it
then
would give you that error.
okay.
Yep.
So when then I do npm run dev.
npm run dev, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now it says joy is not defined. Okay, so now I need to install the joy.
Exactly.
Okay, so npmi express joy validation joy, right?
It's these two packages, express joy validation and joy. So either you can install it in once, or you can do npm install express joy validation. That's one.
Yeah.
Right, and then npm install JOI. That's two. So you need to install both of these packages. So when we are usually doing it, we do it in one single command.
Yeah. So that's what I did. So I said, okay, Control C. So npm install npmi express joy, right?
Yeah, express dash joy dash validation, and then space joy. It's on my screen right now.
Yeah, that's what I had. Space joy. Okay, nps express dash joy dash validation space joy or dash save. Okay, so I think I forgot the save. Oops.
Which is okay. Shouldn't be a problem. And once you do it, do check your package.json file to make sure you have those packages in the right folder.
Okay. Yeah.
For everyone else, if you are back, please give me a yes.
So I have both. And now let me do npm. Run dev. Okay. All right. Okay. So it still says joy not defined.
Check your
Okay, so I don't-
package.json file in the backend folder. You might be running it in the wrong folder.
Oh, it should be in the backend. Yeah, it is in the backend folder. Oh my God. See all this little stuff. I forget. So debug is there. Dev joy. Okay. 17.4. It's there.
Is it working now?
No, I'm still debugging it. Oh my God. that's create schema gonna go there.
Do you want to share your screen? It might be way quicker
Yeah.
to fix your. Yeah.
Okay, let me put it up. Okay, so you see this. Gonna maximize it. Okay, so I have the app.js. JS. Am I missing something here? Logger.
Wait a minute. Just show me your backend first. When you run npm run dev, it's working fine, or is it giving you any error?
Okay, so here
It says
C.
GUI is not defined.
Yeah,
And it's also
npm
giving
run
you
dev.
the file.
Yeah. GUI object create user scheme equal, and you say users, right? So it's saying
Yeah.
this is not defined, right?
You haven't required GUI. You haven't done require GUI from the GUI package. So on line number 7, you are using GUI, but you haven't required it.
Okay.
Let me send it to you.
Const.
Just send it to you in the chat.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, const GUI.
Right now it's some other error. It says access denied for user. This using password. Yes. db.js. Do you have your correct credentials for your database?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not there yet. So I have to do this.
Okay.
All right.
For everyone else, please create an account on Netlify. All right. Go to Netlify and create a new account on the platform. And give me a yes whenever you are done with the creation of the platform. Creation of an account on the platform. I am gonna share my screen again. It's N-E. I'm gonna show it to you guys. Netlify. It's Netlify. Right. Sign up. You can sign up using GitHub if you want. I already have an account, so I'm gonna log in. I'm actually gonna delete all of this. Right, create a new account on Netlify. And once you're done, you should be able to see the page that I have. And when you do have that page, give me a yes. No, not on this one. You would not need any credit card for this platform. This is entirely free.
When it asks what type of project, we just put web application?
Yeah. They must be asking that for like survey purposes, data collection purposes, but it's not going to have any impact on what we do. Yeah. I'm right now we're just creating account, but yes, I'm going to start recording. All right, don't forget to give me a yes whenever you're done with the account creation. Please create an account on netlify.com, and once you have an account, please give me a yes in reactions. We have about 8 people who have created their account yet. Sorry, say that again, please. But just select web project. Web application, yeah. Right, 9 people are done so far. Is there anyone who is facing issue in creation of account? 10 people. Right. I'm gonna clear this feedback. Is there anyone who wants me to wait before I move ahead? Because I'm not sure if everyone's following me right now. So I'm not sure if 10 yeses are enough. Is there anyone who wants me to wait? Give me a yes if you want me to wait, or you can send a message in the chat. Okay, I'm gonna start recording here. So before we look into more code, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a front-end deployment, right? So we did a backend deployment the other day, right? I have my backend APIs working on Heroku, right? So if I send this request, I get this response, right? But we do not have our entire application deployed, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna deploy the front end, right? Now, I'm gonna open up the front end that I have for Heroes, right? Is it here or is it downloads? Yeah, it's here in downloads, right? Let me open it up in VS Code, right? So it's simple index.html file, right? And a script.js file. The only thing I'm gonna fix is the URL here, right? HEROES, right? Because this is something we changed on the backend. Don't do anything on your computer right now. I only want you to see what I'm doing, all right? And I'm gonna give you time. I'm gonna repeat all the instructions again. Just pay attention to what I'm doing. So the first thing I'm doing is on line number 6, I have fixed the route, all right? I want to call HEROES Heroes, right? This is the route, the spelling of Heroes is what we fixed on the backend, right? Here too, right? On the post request, and here too on the put request, right? And this time we do not want to make the call on localhost 3000. We want to make the call on this URL, right? So I'm just going to take this URL and I'm going to change that here in domains, right? For domain, right? So this way, all of my calls would now go to my backend that I have deployed, right? That's it. That's all the changes you need to make. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, right? I'm going to open Netlify. And now I'm going to take the front end folder, right? Just drag and drop it here, right? Just drag and drop the front end folder. Front end here. Oh, there's something wrong here. Here. There you go, right? It says published already, and it has given me a URL here, right? I'm just gonna click this URL, open it up, right? And this is my front-end application deployed, right? Get all heroes, and the APIs are working fine too, right? Get all heroes. It's getting all the heroes and it's displaying here. And a hero name flash h20 no image URL add, right? Done. Nice. Get all heroes. Now we have flash 2. All right. As simple as that. This is front end deployed, right? That was like not even 5 minutes. All right. Now do this on your system. You have the front end. This is the same front end that I'm using from the other day that we were using, from the same project when I was deploying on Heroku, right? Now do these changes on your system. I'm going to repeat all the instructions one by one, right? Open up your project in VS Code first. Open up the front-end project in VS Code. Once you have your VS Code open, replace the domain with the domain that you got from Heroku, all right? If you do not have your application deployed anymore, because I don't know, you deleted it, you wanted to remove your credit card, I'm gonna send you this link of my backend, right? You can use my backend APIs on your front end if you want. All right, replace the domain part and make sure you fix all the URLs and correct the spelling of heroes, right? It's at a few places on line number 6, on line number 40, on line number 59, and line number 86. Oh, didn't fix here myself. All right, update the value of domain and fix your URLs here. Let me know when you're done. Give me a yes when you are done with the changes on the front end.
So you first change the domain, or you first put the folder into the what was that?
Netlify?
Netlify.
What do you think?
The URL.
What would be your guess?
I'd say put it in the Netlify and get the URL first.
No, okay. There are 2 URLs now. All right. One is for our backend and one is for our front end.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
And if you pay attention here, I'm making API calls here, right? I'm using domain to make my backend calls. So when I'm making my AJAX calls, I need to reach my backend, and my backend is deployed on Heroku.
Currently, I have in my local host.
Right. But
Okay.
now we are deploying this front-end application, right?
Okay.
So once your code is on Netlify, there is no localhost 3000.
Correct.
right? So we, at that point, we want the API calls to go to this URL here, the URL where we deployed our backend, the URL where we made our, post get request on Postman when we deployed our Heroku app. This is where our backend is, right?
Yeah.
So we are going to use this address of the backend here in the front end, telling our front end that, hey, once you are deployed, you need to talk to the backend using this address now. Forget about localhost, right? And once the application knows, and then we are going to deploy it.
Okay.
Once you are done with these changes, literally the only thing you have to do is go to Netlify, all right? And on your homepage, you simply need to drag and drop your front end folder, right? You need to drag and drop your front end folder. I'm going to clear the feedback. Now, give me a yes when you have your front end deployed and working with your backend. All right, 3 people, 4 people already. Nice. That was quick, right? Deploying front end is super easy and super quick. All right, it's backend that takes a lot of time because there's environment variables and there's a database and there's connection between both. No, Visual Studio Code has nothing to do with it. You simply go to, you simply take your folder and just drag and drop it here. That's it. We don't need to run any server. We don't need to install anything. We don't need to, we don't need to connect anything with anything. All right. The way we were connect. Yeah. Uh, open up your, okay. Do you see this page? But like this? Okay. Open up your network. Open up, click and inspect, open network. When you click on get all the heroes, there must be some error here, or there must be some issue here. There must be something that we could use to, what does it say? Right. Did you update your, so that means we have got a response. So that means your API request is going to the server and server is saying, hey, you are asking for heroes, which I'm not able to find. So did you update this URL here on line number 6? Okay. Okay, then we would have to take a look at your screen, why it's happening. Right, we have 7 people with front and back and working entirely deployed. 8 people. 4, 4, 4, 4. No, your front end still says HEROS. If you see your API call, okay, you have double slash there, but that should really be a problem. Go to Postman. I want to see if your backend is working actually. Yeah, make a get request on Heroes, but on the server using the Heroku. You do not have to, because now we are fetching from the backend on Heroku, right? So you don't have to run anything on your local system. Right? Right. Copy. Postman. Yes, yes. Send. Cannot get heroes. Nope.
Heroes
I
with the E. Okay.
give it a try with E. Maybe you forgot. You updated and you forgot. Tested with HEROES. Send. Yeah, you did update your route yesterday.
Actually, I'm following you because I have the same issue and the same result as Zahra. So
Yeah, if you get a 404, that usually means, you know, there's some problem with your route, right? You would have to redeploy it, right? Because now you have made some changes in your front end. So you would have to redeploy it. You would have to drag. Yeah, you would have to take your front end folder. Yes. Yeah. 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 It's updating. It's going to take a few seconds. Go to Netlify back again because it was saying updating. Yeah. On the right one. Yes. It says uploading, right? You see, it says production deploys at the bottom, right? Where it says 11, where it says 113 published, 119, it doesn't say published. So it's still working. It's still publishing. It might take a few minutes to update. Refresh this page to make sure we have the latest status. Yeah. Right now it says published with 1:19 p.m. Right. So now it should work. Give it a few seconds. Right. Click on it. Nothing. All right. Let's open inspect. Let's see what the problem is.
yeah, same. Exactly
Okay, let's go to
same
your
as me.
front end. I see where the issue is. Let's go to your front end folder. Scroll up. Okay, you have on line number 1, you have a slash at the end. Let's remove that. And you have a space in the beginning. You need to remove that. Yes, save, redeploy it. Yes, here. This is Netlify. Yeah. So someone said if we want to update files, we have to upload and it will make changes automatically, or we have to delete and after that upload new one. You don't have to delete. You just go to your deployment and then you just upload your front end folder again, and it's gonna publish the new content and remove the old one automatically. Right? It says processing. It won't show you the new changes until it says published on the latest one. Yeah. Oops. Oh, there you go. It's working.
Okay, I get an error
Problem.
says access control has been blocked by course policy.
Share your screen. We have added course, so this shouldn't really be a problem, but let's see.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, is this on the deployment or is this on your local system?
This is on the deployment.
Okay, let's see. Why don't you share your screen and we'll have a look.
Right. this is my, so when I say get errors, I get this.
Right. Wait a minute. Let's read error. What does it say?
Okay, so get error fail. It says local 3000 heroes.
Should it say localhost 3000?
No, it should say, it should be this server right here on the,
It should be the Heroku server, right? So open up your front-end folder.
open my front end.
Open up your front-end files, front-end JavaScript file in Visual Studio Code. Yes, scroll up. Right, you did update this, but once you updated it, did you redeploy on Netlify
Oh,
after
okay.
that?
Okay, so I have to redeploy it.
Exactly.
Okay, save. And just
So
the
you
front end,
remember
right?
whenever we were making changes in the backend yesterday, we had to do a git add, git commit, and git push to push our new changes. Similarly, if you make any changes to front end, you have to redeploy your front end again. So just drag and drop your front end folder here. Yeah. Scroll down a little. Okay, 124. It says published already. All right, that was pretty fast. So let's go to your website. Let's see if it's updated. Yeah, it's on the tab on the right.
Yeah.
It's open. It's open the other tab. Refresh. All right, click at heroes. Nothing. All right, let's inspect. You have 10 errors. Let's go to console. Let's see. It's still sending the request to localhost 3000. Do you mind closing all the tabs that you have? No, just leave the first one. Just leave the Netlify open, right? Yeah, close this one too. Yep, click on this one now. Yeah. All right, try this one. Nope, nothing. Console. Weird. Okay, let's go to your front-end files. Are you uploading the right folder?
Oh, I hope so.
Good question, eh?
Okay, so I'm in this one, day 4. Okay, let me try it just to make sure. Where am I? So day 4.
You should be able to say, you should be able to click, right click on one of those folders and say maybe open up in, no, not on Windows. Anyway, click on it, click on the front end folder.
Yeah, day 4. Doesn't look right.
Doesn't look right, eh?
No.
So that's where our problem should be.
Okay.
Because we changed our domain and it's still sending requests to localhost 3000,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So maybe you're uploading.
This one
you're,
is, but it is, no, it is right.
I doubt that. It's very simple to check.
Yeah, I'm gonna just
go to your
downloads.
Yeah,
day
sorry.
4.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think I have. You see, it says day 401. That's why. Okay.
Okay.
I know. Okay. Okay. So that's wrong. Okay, got it.
Right. So that should fix the problem. Someone said, can you show how to delete? It's strange, but I can't find where. You mean how to delete your deployment? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So this is our site, right? You go here, right?
We don't see the screen.
Day 6 here.
Oh, right. Sorry. Desktop 1. Right. Do you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to delete the entire site or do you want to delete the deployment?
Completely project from the Netlify.
Okay, so go to site settings and then in danger zone and then delete the site.
One
Right?
second, it's in general.
Wait a minute, let me show you from scratch. So first of all,
Okay.
Site overview.
Yeah, I see it.
Site settings,
Yes, thank you.
and then danger zone in general, and
Yeah.
then delete the site.
Okay, thank you.
And what the difference between deploys and sites?
Deploys, let's see, deploys. This is just one single website. Here our project is selected, and deploys is like you can deploy multiple times on the same project, right? Whenever you drag and drop another folder, that's a deployment on the same site, right? So one site can have multiple deployments.
So we can have multiple sites and
No, what they are trying to say here is literally when you override the website, it's a new deployment. So it's not going to create multiple versions. It's just going to show you that, hey, you deployed your website at 1 p.m. and then you did another deployment at 1:30 p.m. and so on, right? So it's just going to show you the history of deployments, but you're still going to have only one version, one latest version of your website.
okay. And is there a way to deploy using a Git?
Oh yes, that's pretty much the best way to do it. So site overview. Okay, I'm gonna go back here, right? It's gonna say new site from Git, right? Now you click on that, it's gonna, ask you to authenticate with GitHub, select your repository, and so on. Now in that case, whenever you push your changes, front-end changes to your repository, it's gonna deploy automatically for you. You don't have to drag and drop your folders.
From the GitHub automatically.
Yes, that's
Whenever
right.
a GitHub changes. Okay.
Yeah. So this thing does it. And by the way, Heroku supports deployment from GitHubs too. We didn't do it, but if you want to take your deployment, skills to the next level, Heroku would let you deploy from GitHub too. So whenever you push new backend changes, it's going to deploy everything automatically for you. So you don't have to push changes.
So we have to only deploy only upload to GitHub our project and connect our GitHub repository to the Netlify and Heroku.
Yes, that's right. This is also known as, this is a branch of DevOps, which is known as CI/CD.
And we need to have two repositories, one for the front end and one for back end.
Would be possible in the same repository too, but to keep things simple, that's what I would suggest initially.
Okay.
Right, because both the platforms would let you configure things for the deployment, but I would say in the beginning, keep it separate, make sure you're comfortable with everything, and then get into configuration and all of that extra stuff if you want to.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Someone said, sorry, I couldn't get my Workbench connection for Heroku. Would it make any problem for tomorrow's exam? No, in the exam, I'm not gonna ask you to do any deployment, all right? The deployments are for you to, showcase your projects, to actually, bring things to actual production level, in real life, right? So I know some of you are working on projects which you plan to, deploy in reality, use them as real web platforms and all of that. So it's for that purpose. But for tomorrow's exam, there is going to be no deployment, but there's going to be everything that we did today. All right. Be ready for it's going to be full stack. So it's going to include front end and back end. So make sure you are comfortable with Ajax calls. All right. It's going to be important to be comfortable with Ajax calls. And what else? There are the queries that you would have to write would be relatively more complicated, obviously, right? But otherwise, open book, similar concept, same camera setup, everything is going to be the same, right? Uh,
I have an issue
okay.
with the front end deployment.
Yeah. What does it say?
It says mixed content. The page was loaded over HTTPS but requested an insecure XML HTTP request endpoint. Request has been blocked.
Okay, this could happen. Do you have HTTPS here in the domain?
Oh, no, I forgot the S.
It should be HTTPS. Because, okay, I'll explain the error too.
Okay.
It's saying that your front end that we just deployed with Netlify here is HTTPS, right? It's a secure web connection, right? And whereas when you are making an API call, you are making the call to HTTP, right? So it's saying that you have a secure website on the front end, but you are asking for data, from an insecure website without HTTPS. So it's saying, hey, it's mixed connections, right? So you need to make sure everything's on HTTPS.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question regarding the best implementation, let's say. So if it's for front end, for example, if I have, I want for each, let's say I have kind of card there, right? And I have to show it based on the items or products in database, okay? So this should be created dynamic. So usually here in your example, you create just a div, yeah. But there I have, let's say, full HTML, let's say, chunk. So how I can implement that one? To create it in HTML and put it as a hidden, and just like I don't know, or
why don't you create your content in JavaScript? So even here, this data is being generated dynamically, right? We are doing a for each, we are creating a new div, we are creating new content of the div, and then we are appending it, in our HTML. It could be way more complicated. If you want to design it, you can, assign a class to your div, right? You can do div element dot class list, and you can provide, whatever CSS class you want to apply. If you want to go even further, you can have div, rather than doing a text content, you can do a div element dot inner HTML. And now you can write in whatever HTML you want, like whatever you want, right? So you would simply take this.
This is what I meant, that to put HTML here inside, let's say, JavaScript.
Yeah, that shouldn't be new.
Yeah, I know that we can, but this is a good way to do it. Let's say again, I'm explaining exactly what I'm facing. I have there a card, and this card like represents a product. Let's say photo, price, whatever other elements, the name of the product. So I want to generate this card every time I'm fetching based on the category. So that one should be included here, it's better to include it here or there in HTML.
You might not be able to do it in HTML, right?
Exactly.
So if you just need to show or hide something, then you can do it in HTML, and then you can just show it or hide it in your JavaScript. But here you are not just showing or hiding something. You are getting the data, you want to append the data, right? And that data is going to change every time. So you would literally have to do it in JS. That's your only practical option.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. This is what I found. Even to change the elements there. Okay. So
yeah,
this is
everything.
one thing.
Even if
Yeah, please continue.
Even if I want to add a button here for deletion, right? I would literally have to do this button, which would say delete and slash button. I can literally write my entire HTML here.
Inside this two backticks, right?
Yeah, in these two backticks. So I'm going to have bold, this, and then I want a button which would say delete, all right? And when that happens, maybe on click, right? Now you can do this, or you can actually, the correct or the more preferred way of doing it would be to, create a new element here, right? The way we have done here. Now you can do everything in inner HTML, but that's not a very clean way of doing it, right? Again, it won't be a problem for your test, but in the long run, this is not what I suggest. What I do suggest is, rather than doing this, you do new div element dot whatever content, or even before that, what I would do is I would have a div and I would create a new paragraph tag, right? New p, and then I would set the text content of the paragraph as this. And let's say if I want to add a new button now, I would create a new button, right? And I have this new paragraph tag. I'm going to append it to the div, right? So I would literally be creating everything one by one. So I'm going to say new p. This is like, hey, create a new div, create a new paragraph, add this content to the paragraph, right? I'm going to space it well, right? And once you're done with this, then add this paragraph tag to this div, newly created div, right? And now we can do the same thing with button, right? We could have here, create a button tag, right? And we could say new button here, new button dot text content, whatever I want to say. Maybe I want to say delete, right? And then you can add event listeners to this button, all right? Maybe you want to call a function, a delete function, new button dot add event listener, and whatever function you create, let's say delete hero, right? Now you're going to have a button on the click of which
You will
this function.
append that to the div also, for example.
Exactly. Exactly. So
But
I'm
in this case, how you can style all this, because this is without any style, I think. This is become like if you have the HTML, maybe it's easier to make style on that.
Let me fix this. I'll show you how to do that. So add event listener. Hey, whenever someone clicks on this button, call this function. I do not have that function implementation right now. Then I'm appending that button to the div, and right, and then I append that one div of the hero into the main container. Now your question is, how do I style this? Right? So what you can do is you can use a property on divs, also known as class list, right? You can do, let me show you an example here. So if you need to provide a class name, you can simply use a div.className and give the name of the class, right? So for instance, if I'm here, let's say I want to apply some styling to this paragraph, right?
Okay.
Before appending, I would do new, I would do new p dot class name equals para class, let's say, right? And this is simply going to apply the class. Now you can have a CSS file,
for sure.
and you can have a dot class, and you can define all of your styling.
And for the ID also, if I want an ID, there is also what ID name or something.
Yeah, should be .id. Yeah, .id. And now you can provide the ID name here. Maybe you want to provide the ID something like this with the hero name, because the ID has to be unique, right? So this loop is going to run for each hero. So you can't give the same ID to all the heroes. So maybe you would have to do something like this: hero dash dollar this. And, we have an database ID coming from the backend, right?
Yeah.
So maybe
Okay.
we can use that. We can do hero.id. So it would be hero-1, hero-2, hero-5, or whatever.
Okay. Okay.
Again, many ways to do it. If you found something online, or if your JS teacher told you to do it another way,
The issue with that our GS class was terrible, and after the GS class, we don't have time because the course after course after course, and we didn't
right,
touch the front end at all.
right. So I'm not gonna be evaluating you guys for tomorrow's test at all on the basis of designing. That's for
No, but
sure.
I'm
So
speaking
that's,
about the project, just to do like something even basic for the project.
yeah,
Otherwise, we will do it as your examples. It's nothing, just
yeah,
the plain thing.
yep.
Let's try.
If it was if I could do something, I would teach you entire HTML, CSS, JavaScript, backend, everything from scratch. But unfortunately, I only have also 9 days, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I can help you with a specific problem. I can explain you something if it's from front end or back end. But unfortunately, I'm also helpless beyond that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You mean you can't cover it in 1 hour?
I wish. I wish. Someone said JS class, we had JavaScript class. uh,
Seriously, we had a Java class, JavaScript class?
Yeah, it was the copy paste class.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah,
The
We had
teacher
we had
says,
three
so am I. It was
databases.
the copy paste class. It was
Let
all
me
the
stop
it
recording.
was all the assignments that he just gave us the code to type out.
Was called JavaScript? Oh,
Yeah, you remember? You don't remember that one with all that
okay.
complaints?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm probably missed the class name. Okay, sorry.
Oh God. I say if you don't feel confident with JS, I understand. The challenge that you would have been facing at this point, because I mean all of that we are doing right now is JS, right? So I wish I could do more.
Do you
But
have a resource that we can consult in order to get better acquainted with Ajax calls?
See, I follow a few courses in my regular JS class, and that's exactly what I would recommend. Go to Udacity. I shared 2 courses with you guys. One for
Mhm.
basic JS. One was for DOM. If this is something you don't feel comfortable with, adding content and then applying classes, appending child. That's the course you need to see. And although it says 1 or 2 weeks, trust me, you can actually scan the entire course in like 3 or 4 hours. All right, scan, right?
Yeah.
Because you already know basics. You know document.create element. You know what an element is. You know the basic stuff. You know how to loop over something. So if you're not comfortable with that, you need to do that second course. And if you're not comfortable with Ajax, um, that I would have to quickly Google if Udacity has something for jQuery. Ajax, Udacity, jQuery. Because if you're going to do Ajax, now it would only make sense to do it with jQuery. Yeah, making asynchronous requests with jQuery. See, it says approximately 2 weeks, but seriously, once you get into this, if you know the basics, it's going to be way faster. It's just 3 lessons. It's going to say, hey, what is Ajax? You already know that. Why use an API? You are already creating APIs, right? How can you identify Ajax requests in existing websites? This is going to be maybe network tab, which again, you know already, using APIs with Ajax. So don't do this. This is a Google Street View project, and many students face problem with this because maybe this is outdated. But just look at the implementation of jQuery and Ajax, and that should be more than enough, right? You don't you don't need to learn the entire jQuery. You just need to learn making AJAX calls using jQuery.
Okay.
Right. This folder here is not on GitHub. Do you want me to send this file to you guys? Or is it
Yes,
okay?
please.
Okay. Just gonna copy paste it here. These messages are not gonna be available to you later on unless you download it, right? So if you need this, make sure you copy it now, paste it somewhere, and keep it for yourself. Oh, come on. Oh, this is too big. Never mind. Let me send it on Teams.
And Teams will
Teams.
stay there.
Okay, I need to add code snippet so that it's readable. I know there is this something extra for that. There it is, code snippet. Okay, where's JavaScript? Come on. There it is. All right, I've sent it on Teams, all right? And you have syntax highlighting, etc., on that. It's not a working version of the code, all right? This is just that's just a sample for you guys to, see how you can provide a dynamic ID, how you can give a class, just to refer to a few properties, all right? It's not a working example. Okay, it's 1:50 already. I need to discuss wireframes with some of you guys, all right? I would upload the video as soon as I'm able to. I know you have your test tomorrow. Now, before I put you guys into breakout rooms and we start discussing wireframes, I have a quick poll that I need to do just to know a little bit more. All right. Okay. So if you already have an internship, give me a yes. Right. If you already have an internship, give me a yes. Any kind of internship, paid, unpaid. If you have any kind of internship, give me a yes. Right? You need to do 2 months internship, right? If you already have an offer, give me a yes. Right? 6 people already have an internship. 7. All right. Now, if you are still looking for an internship, give me a yes. All right. If you are still looking for an internship, give me a yes. Right? If you do not have an internship and if you are still looking for one, give me a yes. 5 people. All right. If you have a paid internship, give me a yes. All right. If you have a paid internship, give me a yes. 1 person. All right. If you have an unpaid internship, give me a yes. Right? If you have an unpaid internship, give me a yes. All right. 4 people. All right. So good so far. Okay, I'm gonna clear this feedback. All right, I will do exactly what I did yesterday. All right, I'm gonna put you guys into breakout rooms. I need to know who needs to discuss wireframes with me. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open breakout rooms, all right? And then you join a breakout room alone if you need to discuss wireframes with me, right? I'm gonna repeat it again. If you do not have any questions, if you're happy with everything, you can leave the class if you want, or you can stay in the main class if you want, right?
And the question about exam, are we going to
Yeah.
expect several tables tomorrow?
Oh, yes, for sure.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. More than two?
Not gonna give you everything, but yeah, more than one table for sure, right? So do expect some joins, do expect front end. It's gonna be everything, right? And the difficulty of the exam is obviously gonna be relatively higher than the midterm, right? I just wanna be very transparent about it. Today we are done, no extra information. Tomorrow we'll spend some time on some concepts, and then in the second half we'll have our test the way we did for the midterm. We would not have user login and registration tomorrow, right? For the test, I'm not gonna ask you to do login and registration. And by the way, guys, for the project, thank you for reminding me. For the project, do not put everything in one single table, all right? I'm expecting some certain level of normalization in your tables, all right? Don't just dump everything of your project in one table. That's not how it works. There shouldn't be duplicacy, all right? So if you have products, the information of your product shouldn't be in multiple tables, all right? It should be in one table and it should be associated with an ID, right? Take care of the relationships, right? Don't just dump everything in one single table. You need to refresh your SQL concepts and you need to remember all of those relationships and joins and everything, right? Okay, any other question related to exam or anything? Related to exam, related to project?
Upload photo files tomorrow, no?
Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. That we'll see tomorrow.
Actually, this was my question, because for the project, maybe we need to upload photos and this, and we didn't do it at all. Not for the exam,
good
I'm
point.
speaking, even for the project. I think maybe a lot of people, they would have to show something. Maybe they need to show the photo. So we
Right.
didn't discuss the photo at all.
Yeah.
Or file.
Okay, we are really short of time now. What if I give you guys a working example, and then I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe I explain it to you before the exam tomorrow?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just even like 30 minutes, if it's the code there, and just explain it within 30 minutes. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. I'll
Yeah,
prepare an
you.
example.
Thank you.
I won't code it in front of you guys, but I'll show you the code. I'll explain everything. I'll record it for you guys so
Yeah,
that it's
that's good.
yeah, doesn't cause you any issues.
Okay.
Right. Anything else, guys? Is there anything else? Any complaints with me? Any customer satisfaction issues? Anything you're not happy with?
I just wanted to ask, will we have to handle our errors tomorrow on exam?
Errors. Not all the errors, not specific errors. I would expect you to have handle your errors globally, but I would not be expecting you, unless I explicitly specify to handle some error, I would not be expecting a different kind of response for a certain thing.
Okay.
Right? Because there is like infinite possibilities of what kind of errors you can handle, right? So I won't go into that. Right? Anything else, guys? Okay. Okay, let me share my screen. So Here, you can select where you want. Right, dock side, no problem. Okay, now if there would be anything, feel free to send me a text on Microsoft Teams or Mio or whatever, all right? Even after the course when you're doing your project and everything, right? All right, I'm gonna open up breakout rooms now, right? I'm gonna select the option which let participants choose their room, all right? So I'm gonna create 10 breakout rooms, let's say, all right? And you just join one alone if you need to discuss wireframes with me, right? If not, um, you can leave the call if you want. If you don't want to leave the call, you can stay here, not join a breakout room, right? So I am going to create 15 breakout rooms, let's say. Right, I have opened all the rooms. You would be able to pick a room. Join one only if you need to discuss wireframes with me.
Okay, thanks. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you. Bye. Have a nice day.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, guys.
you